Here she is. I haven't really got to look at everything a lot, but you can see the power poles right there. And there's septic already here, and there's fencing. The whole place is fenced. So nice trees, a lot of cactus. It's a greenhouse right here. Gotta fix these gates, they're all falling apart. But realtor's gonna be meeting me here. I'm gonna fix all this up, make a little, either a cabin or a workshop, I don't know. But there's the greenhouse. Pretty cool. Bunch of firewood, it looks like. Sweet, I got a jack. This trailer comes with it too. So I'll be welding this and fixing this thing up. Man, the thing's heavy duty. It's pretty cool. Freaking lot of flat land, man. Gotta find the septic. Oh, I see a clean out right here. Looks like a clean out. It's got some solar, I don't know. These kind of look new. Maybe they work. There's some on that little house thing over there too. So there's the closest neighbor right there. But getting camp set up right now. I am loaded, man. Got the keys. Check out the inside. Here's the little shed. At least it's insulated. I can put a drywall or OSB in here. Here's this refrigerator. It's cold in here. I got food in here. Got spider webs all over me. Ugh. Dang. It's a cool little cart. Look at that spider web. See if there's any beer. No beer. Check out this skull head over here. that's cool. Bird's nest. Door. Well, I'm gonna have to that unscrew that thing. It's pretty hot in there.
You can send them the whole thing. There you go. Heck yeah, man.
Or David.
Right there.
Yeah.
What it is.
Guess I could put it. Got my microwave. I think I gotta change that time. Got my bed. There's one of the corner posts looking west. One good thing is that these are all T-posts all the way to that corner. And all right here, all the way down, all T-posts. So it's just wood, like 4x4s at the front. And all over there is all T-posts. So that's good. It's 2.35 acres. So it's kind of like a wash right here, but it could be all graded and diverted. Got a Joshua. Looks like another property pin right here. Here's the other corner. This is the main road right here. There's no one living there, it's just storage. Talk to the neighbors. Looks like the fence is down here. But I was just standing over there. Walk up to the gate. Looks like this guy fell down. I'll fix this. This is day 2 on the property. My dad just rolled into town. He was helping me out. We've been doing a lot of tree trimming and cleaning up these verde trees, cleaning up the weeds and leveling the dirt out. This is our little hangout spot. Got a little kitchenette set up here for cooking. We've been fixing the fence up and repairing little spots. The fencing's all coming down. We're just trying to clean it up a little bit. And so this dry cabin over here, eventually we're going to be taking it down, but we turned it into a cabin for my dad to sleep in. And later on in the video, we cut in a air conditioner and had a generator running for him as it got hotter. But this is in October when we're at the time of this video, and we're cleaning out all the stuff from that cabin and going on a dump run right here. And looking at the mesquites and seeing what we want to keep around and what we want to cut out. And these barrel cactuses, I kind of want to sell them or relocate them. But I took out a garden that was right here next to this shed, and just going through the shed, seeing what's usable and what's not, what we want to take to the dump. And I've just been coming through, taking out all the wiring, and going through this enclosed refrigerator or freezer walk-in cooler here that I eventually end up selling on Craigslist. And this cabin here, we've cleaned it up a lot since this video, and we have carpet in there, and this refrigerator ends up going to the landfill. It doesn't work. And this door, probably going to salvage once I take this building apart, but that's down the road. Just basically cleaning up all the outside weeds so it's easier to walk around, and there's a lot of debris and metal and stuff all over. And right here I'm talking about fixing the fence and making it smaller for now, just because it was falling down and it wasn't really a quality job that they did. So we have a lot of fires in this fire pit, though. We have quite a lot of debris we end up collecting. And this is a little kitchenette we started making out of the scrap wood that we found. And this is some of the verdes. I kind of wanted to make them look like this, shucking them and cleaning them up. We have quite a big fire pit and burn material to go through next winter. And there's a lot of material that ended up going to the landfill just because it was so old and not usable. We fixed the gates here, or they weren't even up when I bought the place, and ended up renting a toilet, porta potty, but it ended up being too much money, so I ended up building a little skid porta potty outhouse, just because it's like $200 a month, and I don't know, it's just spanned over 8 months. It kind of got pricey, so I just ended up building that. You'll see later in the video. But we end up doing some landfill runs and getting gravel. This is inside the greenhouse. We made an area to go shower, and right over there to the right, that black thing, that's a greenhouse. And we ended up painting all the buildings, just getting some. I don't think they ever painted any of the buildings. It looked like it was all primer from the siding. And this is that walk-in cooler I ended up bringing back up home and selling. And I started laying out the skid outhouse, and we found the septic, and we ended up having to redig up the entire septic line, 60 feet of it, because there was not enough fall. But I built this skid here. It was just a outhouse tied into the septics. Basically, it's got a normal toilet, and I just got a sink for this coming winter we're going to put in there. So there'll be more videos coming soon as we progress. But I bought this in October, this property, and I'm making this video in June 2024 right now, and we've come a long way. Just going back and forth working on the property from our main house to this place as a recreational property I bought. But as you can see, there's been quite a lot of cleanup and leveling and painting, and just the list goes on. It's a lot of hard work. We ended up making an outdoor kitchen area off to the side of this shed. More of a permanent structure. Uh, Gives you a lot of shade, in the sun, and be a nice area to cook. And that shed we're gonna turn into a dry cabin for my dad and put an AC in there. It's a 10 by 10 shed with this addition. We're gonna copy this same layout though on the other side and make a bedroom over there for him. This probably winter, we're hoping. And we're gonna tie in a bar sitting area. There's some forms there. We're gonna pour some concrete and put some chairs there and make an awning so you have more shade coming off of this little gazebo kind of shade structure we built here. But it's coming together. This is a drain line he was tying in. It's going to go down to a garden area from that sink that we ended up putting in for that kitchen. Made a nice little gate here. And this is the outhouse, we're calling it. Basically, it's the bathroom. It's kind of the hub area for everything. I got solar, we got our water tank and a water hauling tank. And this outhouse has got lighting for night lighting on both sides of it, in the front and the back, so lights up the place at night. And this is a little 12-volt solar system I put together, and we have a pump that feeds and fills the tank for the toilet, and we have a hose so we can hose down things as we need, or for concrete when we're mixing. And this is a little that actually is a shed below that water tank, so it's another storage shed. But a little bit of paint goes a long way. We're laying out for a Connex or a container right here, a metal container, shipping container. And we got a dumpster delivered, and I just filled it up. This is the high cube we got delivered. It's a 9.6 by 40 foot by 8 foot wide shipping container. We're going to turn into basically it's going to be a little solar room in the back that will be insulated, and it will have like our refrigerators and deep freezers. And then the front will pretty much be open because we have a side by side that will go in there. And then we'll make a little storage workshop area. Off to the side of this, we would like to make like a carport that's covered basically, but it's all enclosed so we can pull our vehicles in there. We're laying out for a shower room right there. And we're just trying to design the area like that's going to be an area for our trailer to sit. And this is going to be the addition off that shed. We're going to tear down all the fencing and redo all the fencing, put new gates in. We're just going to T-post it all and put some 4x2 fencing in. But everything's cleaned up over here now. And we're going to have a driveway that goes all the way around the Connex. Basically, it'll be a big circle driveway. And we'll have a gate coming in right here into the carport. And it will be able to pull through the other side with another gate. And we have a lot of room to drive around, that's for sure. But cleaned up all this leftover scrap material the previous landowner had here. New kitchen bar. This would be for propane. Right there, 2 bottles. And then I'm gonna frame a wall in right here. Put pine down here, but we just poured this concrete and built this cabinet, counter, and sink. Just tied in the drain line. We just painted all this, so it's all kind of wet. But so we got water drain and then power coming in over there. And then I'll have a Another shelf here, and this will be all framed in right here. Yeah, I think it's pretty bright, huh? You can see everything.
Par 38, man, kick ass.
Got TV on. Is that CSI? Yeah, we're watching CSI, right? Yeah. What do you say, Donna? Hmm.
You know what's trippy? It doesn't turn off the solar lights.
Yeah. This is the 1,000 gallon septic tank that came with the property. The drain line was not properly installed correctly, and we were figuring out how deep and where the pipe ran. So we had to dig up quite a bit of it and rerun it and get proper fall. Previous landowner had a water pump system hooked up to blow out the line because it backed up, I guess. He never fixed it and didn't put it in correctly. So we do have another spot here that goes between the fence that we can tie in either a trailer line or maybe a little cabin up there if we wanted to later on. But now it has proper fall, and this outhouse ties into it with a normal toilet. And then we'll have a shower room that will tie in right here later on. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. We're just getting back from my off-grid property down in Mojave County. We did a 72-hour turnaround to take some material down to start fencing pretty soon. And we got some grading done while we were down there. This is a little cart project I'm working on. The front end will swivel. I just have to build a handle and finish up the tires and the bolt welding situation I'm doing on that, but it will hold my generator and my welder, so I can just tow that around and do what I got to do around the homestead. But the animals are loving the water trough we just put in, and also the little feed box we just built. They're trying to get used to it still, figuring out where everything's at now. But in this video we go down and I work on our shipping container, painting it, getting it prepped and primed with a friend, and as well as we got a sink running in the outdoor kitchen that we built. And we met some nice new folks that did some grading for us on the property. So we weren't really anticipating doing grading on this trip. We more or less just wanted to get our material down there and do a water run and fill up our tanks so we can go back in a few weeks and work on the fencing. Now that the weather's getting nice out, it's nice and cool down there. I appreciate you guys watching our videos. I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and let us know what you guys think of what we're doing. And if you have any questions, yeah, please leave a comment. But these longhorns were kind of hanging out around my property down there in Mojave County, and which was pretty cool. And also the coyotes were running around all night howling at everything, so it was a nice little quick trip. But here's the sink in the outdoor kitchen running. Thanks for watching. Take care, everybody.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Just waking up, making some breakfast. We just got to my off-grid property in Mojave County, Arizona. We're going to be down here a few days working on our front entrance. We're going to be putting in a new gate and some fencing and tearing down the existing, as well as we're going to put some new fencing around these cabins. We're going to tear down the existing, so we're going to do layout for that. And then I made this lockbox out of some scrap material for the container. So that will give us some peace of mind having another lock on it. I just notched through this square tubing here and put some 316 plate through it. And then I'm going to weld both sides, drill a hole for the lock, and then notch the back side of the box I made for the lock. I think it turned out pretty good. Saved some money. It seems they run anywhere from $50 to over $100 for these locks. So just made it out of some scrap. And while we were down here, I got some painting done on the container. I got some elastomeric white roof coating painted on the roof. So when I go back down again, I'm going to do another coat of that on the roof. And then I've been using it as a primer on the walls on the exterior of the container. And then I'm coming back painting over that with some exterior bare paint. It's called welded iron, the color. And that's what I'm painting all the buildings with. So everything will match and look nice. I also worked on gathering all our materials and tools and everything and organized them in the container, so we just basically go to one spot. And I got all our shelving in there and a table, so everything's laid out, and saves us a lot of time trying to find things. But I did get some primer painted some more on the interior of the container while I was down there. The goal is to paint the entire container inside all white, at least have it primed with some kills, at least 2-coat it, and we'll see if we paint it down the road some other color, but at least it'll be primed and cleans it up quite a bit. I think we got kind of lucky on the container. It wasn't too banged up when we got it. It's in fairly decent shape, so I'm pretty happy with it. It's a high cube container, so I believe it's 9'6" tall on the inside. But I'm welding with the Harbor Freight 140, I believe, a little titanium welder, and it's working out good. I like how light it is. I do have a Everlast welder, but it's pretty heavy, and I don't know, this flux core machine works pretty good. But I got our alloy lock my dad had from an old previous job. He had some spare locks, so we put that on there. At least gives us a little more peace of mind. We got 3 locks on there. So I think it turned out alright. Got some primer, got some black paint on there. And then I got the gray painted on the one side and the back, but that's all elastomeric coated beneath that gray. So that turned out good. So I got our gates in here. We're going to be putting in a few gates by the Connex or the shipping container. The plan later down the road is to put a carport off to the side and probably enclose it so we can put a trailer, an RV, or maybe a boat in there. So we'll have pull-through double gates, and then we'll have a couple other gates in some other locations around. We're going to call it the compound fencing area, fenced-in area, because the property came with fencing on the perimeter of the property. So we're just going to put some more in. But this is a little cart I made out of some scraps. That's basically going to stay down here at the off-grid property, and I'll throw my generator on there. and I can tow it with the mini bike. So I made a mount to hook that up to the mini bike, and just laying out all the materials, getting everything together and ready. And I'm just happy everything's clean and organized now. We don't waste any more time trying to find things. It's all in one spot, so that's nice. But I like how the primer's turning out with the double coating. It looks clean in here. I'm starting to get the roof painted inside. It's a chore painting these containers with a 3-inch brush and a roller. That's basically how I'm painting everything. It's quite a lot of work. I should be spraying it, but I don't know. It seems to paint and coat pretty good the way I'm doing it. And I do have a sprayer, but it's a cheesy one, and I don't really feel like buying a sprayer, so, or running power. I don't really know how much that would eat up my batteries on my solar, but this is a little cabinet I made for a sink that's going to go, a vanity basically, that's going to go in a shower room we're going to build. So I made that out of scrap wood. But this cart I made, it's pretty heavy duty. I like the way it turned out. We got some rubber tires on there, so we don't have to worry about air or anything getting punctured on the tires. But it's heavy duty. I can throw our larger generator in there if I need to, and tow it with the side-by-side. I appreciate you guys staying tuned with us, watching our videos, commenting. I like reading and listening to you guys. But the rack on my van turned out great. I got the new solar system running in there. It's a 24-volt system. And then I have 2 controllers. So I have those 2 panels over there that swivel. I can capture sun through another controller if I need to, so it tops the batteries off a little quicker. But I'm pretty happy with the grading that I got done on the last trip. We're going to come through with our side-by-side, and we made a little dragger, so we'll try to dress up the dirt a little more with that. But we also got this, it came with the property. It was over by the greenhouse. I guess the previous owner made this kind of drinking concrete area. We just dug it up and put it down. Basically, it's a French drain. It's a drain that comes off of the sink by the bar. Comes down into that. So this is just a quick little plate I made that goes on the mini bike, so I can hook up a dragger, or I can hook up the cart and tow it. But it's removable, so if we want to get rid of it, we can. But thanks for watching our videos. I hope everybody's having a great day out there. back to the channel, everybody. In the previous video we worked on this new entrance to our property in Mojave County, Arizona. We're happy with the way it turned out. I also got to take down my enclosed trailer camper conversion and try some new things out, and my van's new solar system we tried out. Everything's working good. I got a new sink put in my camper, and we're just making some breakfast here, making Sedona hamburger, and then I'm making us some tostadas we like to do in the morning and get some protein going for us. But in this video we worked on some fencing around our compound. We're gonna be doing some welding and we're putting together a solar system in the shipping container just to give us some power in there and some lighting as well. But this is some new fencing we got in while we were down there. The existing fencing met up to that gate there. However, we built that gate and put in new posts. We just had the old fencing tied in to keep our dog in. But we did bump the fencing out, so we'll have more room around the shipping container, as well as we have our forms there. We're going to be pouring and leveling the container coming up. But Sedona has some more room to run around while we're working on the rest of the fencing. We do have the old fencing tied into that corner T-post there, and we're going to be working on our gates coming up. We have 4 gates going in. On this side of the compound we're going to be putting in a 10-foot and a 12-foot. The 10-foot section will give us room to pull in our utility trailers, and then in time we have an idea to build a carport or barn kind of off to the side of the shipping container, so you can pull in and pull through the other side with a boat or something. But we're putting in the 10-foot post here for the gate. We did get some lightweight Tractor Supply gates, so they shouldn't sag too much. We got the holes down a couple feet and we put a lot of rock in, as well as I'm going to be welding some crossbars to each side's T-post to give it some rigidity, so hopefully it won't sag too much when we set the gates. But on those gates we basically, like on the front entrance gate, we just drilled a hole, we put the bolt through, and then I just welded on each side, and that worked out great. So we're going to be doing that with these round posts. We have some thick I think there was 3-inch tubing that actually came with the property. It was some scrap material the previous owner had. I think it's 3/16 wall, so they're pretty solid posts we got in there, so we're happy with that. But we did bump out the fencing, like I was saying, to give us more room around the container. We can pull in the side-by-side around it if we need to or want to, so that's pretty cool. But I hope everybody's having a great day out there, and we appreciate you guys tuning into our videos. Please leave us a comment and let us know what you think about what we're doing, or give us some ideas as well. Well, we've came pretty far within the last year. We've just been going down on our free time. Basically we go down for 3 to 5 days depending each time and work on this property, but it's basically recreational property. And on the fence here we kind of just contour it to match the road. The road goes around a big circle around everything, and I'm still working on the container painting. I got the primer to still finish on this side with the elastomeric roof coating, and then I'll paint it gray to match. But the mesquite tree here I trimmed up, and we got some cactus out and did some dirt work, leveled out the back side there, so it turned out alright. But we're happy with this gate area. We're kind of thinking about making some removable posts on the latch sides of the gates. Maybe we can do something with that where we can drive in and have a big wide opening there, but we'll see how that goes, if we decide to do that or not. But we're happy with this new fenced in area, turning out all right. But we got chicken going, got the smoker out, we're just kicking back. We just had the cattle come up and say hi. They do free range around us. But we did put a solar system in the container. I just had some old hardware, and I had a wire that was short right here on the negative side running to the battery. But when we get back down, I'll fix that and bring some wire with. So at least we have power. We can charge our tools and run some tools in there. But we do have some DC lighting, which is cool. It runs off the controller from the battery. And at least we have lighting at night in here. And we did kind of make a little custom switch and lighting scenario up here. We have some landscape lights. We made a kind of custom box cover mount there for that light. And we ran some pipe to some mounts that were on the container. So it worked out alright. It looks pretty clean for the most part. And we're just kind of kicking back, coming down here. We do like coming down for the weather in the winter. We're from up north in Arizona, and it snows where we live, so we come down by Lake Havasu and hang out. And there's a lot of off-roading and shooting and hunting, and a lot of motorsports down here, so it's a good time to come down here. And hopefully we can get some bird hunting going again and do some hunting around us in the future. But I just want to say I really appreciate my dad helping and being there for me, and I really appreciate him being down here with me and helping me out. We are going to be working on the outhouse coming up. We got a sink to put in and some custom cabinetry. And we did get a Harbor Freight tent put up that we brought down from our house. I used to have my car parked in it just to get out of the snow up at our house. So we're bringing it down, setting up here to get some shade. And we're going to put our outdoor little kitchen area for now right there until the bar kitchen's done. But it's been pretty nice weather. We had a full moon. But when I slept in my van last trip, there was a coyote that came up to my door. And we do have perimeter fencing on the property, but there is 2 sections with barbed wire. So we're going to take the existing fencing, the 4x2 welded wire, and roll that out and try to close up some spots. Hopefully keep them out. But I just wanted to show my enclosed trailer camper conversion if you guys haven't seen it. It was a budget build, but it turned out, I think, pretty cool. Tow's excellent behind my van. And at least I got a microwave and a cooktop. I got a refrigerator, which is cool. I can make ice, and I got carpeting and an AC in here. And the AC works pretty good for the most part. I think it's a 6,000 BTU. So I got a little desk area there. And then everything's has foam insulation. I think it's 1 inch I used on that. And I got all new OSB. I also have a baseboard heater there. And I do have solar. I have 400 amp hours of LiFePO or lithium batteries. And a 5,000 watt inverter. So with the 8 panels on the roof, it does pretty good. I also have a 24 volt system I just built on my van that we use for the camp, and it powers up the water pump on the outhouse and the lighting and some TVs, and so that's pretty cool. But this is inside my camper. I was just showing my charge controller, and then I have a battery box below that that's insulated, and I kind of made a chair out of it. But this system turned out pretty good. I mean, it was pretty rough when I got the trailer, so we've done quite a bit of work to it. I did elastomeric roof coat the outside, and it does make a tremendous difference on the metal on the exterior of the trailer. keeps it nice and cool, but it's pretty cool. I use my phone as a hotspot so I can watch YouTube and movies and stuff while I'm down here. Get pretty good service. And then that's a drawer I made for my cabinet, and I put my utensils and stuff like that, my silverware or whatnot. I was making beans. We're doing some chicken tonight, and the microwave runs pretty good on this system. But I'm gonna get to welding, and I appreciate you guys watching our videos. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. We're back down at my property in Mojave County, Arizona. In this video, we're working on some fencing. We just got all these T-posts set, and we're also going to be putting in some more posts for some gates. We did a little bit of landscaping, and we're just enjoying the nice weather. There's no wind today. We trimmed up these Palo Verde trees. This one right here is looking pretty nice. I got to get my chainsaw down here and trim it up a little bit. The Sawzall just doesn't cut it on the big limbs. It just eats up my batteries. But we are getting the kickers put in so we can stretch the fence coming up. These white tubes here we salvaged from the Harbor Freight tent over there. We just got that last set to put in, and then we can get ready to get the fence up. The existing fencing we are going to put on the back 40 of the property and kind of salvage it, but it'll be coming down. We're going to put another 10-foot gate right here so we can pull in a motorhome or a trailer if we choose to in the future. Just give us some access to the property here. But there is a clean out right by Sedona there that ties into the septic. Our idea is to put another water tower up by that black toad up there and run some water over by that clean out. And this is a little shade structure we're going to be building off the outdoor kitchen coming up. We also got a few more posts set. We have a 12-foot gate going in there and then a 10-foot gate on the other side there. And we're going to be putting in a 12-foot gate right over here. We just got the hinge posts set nice and deep, so it'll be strong for us. And then I want to make a driveway going to that Joshua tree so I can pull up a little easier and back down by the storage container. Give me some more room there. But in this video, we're going to be building the shade structure and doing a accent wall on the outdoor kitchen. So we built this shade structure in a day, got it all painted and the roof up, so that turned out pretty nice. Next to that black water tote up there, we're going to put another water tower below that, and then next to that we're going to build a outdoor shower room, and that will be coming up after the fencing's all done. But at least we'll have somewhere to shower while we're down here. We're thinking about getting a propane Insta-Hot, and then I already built a vanity to put in there that's in the shipping container. So I built some vanity out of scrap wood. It turned out pretty cool. But I appreciate you all watching our videos and staying tuned with us. If you guys have any questions, please leave a comment and let us know what you all think how we're doing. And I hope everybody's having a great day out there. I'm going to leave you with that, and take care. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. In this video we're going to be working on some more fencing at my off-grid property in Mojave County, Arizona. I had a friend stop by and give us a hand putting this fencing up here. We got it stretched out and got most of the T-posts all tied off, and we're going to come back and put some barbed wire in around all the fencing and do some painting. We're going to paint the tops of all the T-posts green, as well as the kickers there, those white pipes, so they match. They'll look a little better. And we tear down the interior fencing that was existing in this video as well, and we open it up, and Sedona, our dog, can run around now. We got all the gates put up. Later in the video you'll see that. And I got to get another gate for this section up here. The gate that we were gonna install is just a little too heavy, and the Tractor Supply gates that we put up, we kind of liked how they went together, and they're kind of a light duty gate, and I think that'll work better up here to give us an area to drive a trailer in. And we've just been enjoying the weather and the sunsets and sunrises. It's in the 20s back at home. We're down here in December of 2024, and yeah, it's nice and peaceful out here. A lot of solitude, and we get to come down here and relax and enjoy the stars at night. But in this video we work on our outdoor kitchen some more. We got some trim put up. I restained the wall. It's a gunstock color, as well as I got a new sink put in the outdoor outhouse there. And we kind of just work on some more landscaping and dirt work, and we tear down the fencing and move that gate there. And it's just a lot of hard work. My dad and I and my friend Cody worked on. It was nice getting to see him and hang out, and he spent the night, and we had some drinks and worked our butts off. But I really appreciate that, Cody, and I hope you all enjoy the video. Hope you guys are having a great day out there, and please leave us a comment and let us know what you guys think of what we've been doing on this property. And Sedona's pretty happy with all the room she gets now. Now she can run behind the container there and bark at all the cattle that run by. But I'm gonna do some welding here. Just getting these braces put on. This is the latch side of 2 gates that are going in here. There'll be a 10-footer on the right and a 12-footer on the left. We might build onto the container later, or put in kind of like a covered area to park under. Not sure yet on that, but at least we have an area to pull in our trailers in that 10-foot section, and then we have a nice wide area to pull through with both those 12-foot gates. And there's also going to be the 12-foot on this side over here. We're just kind of getting the braces put in, welded on. My Harbor Freight welder, the trigger on the gun went out, so we had to go get a new welder. But it still works. I just need to put a new trigger on the gun somehow. But those are great little welders. If you guys are looking for a gift for anybody, learn how to start welding is that's a great machine to start on, that's for sure. It's a flux core machine. But this is the sink I got put in. I got it at Nellis auction online from Phoenix, and it's a glass vessel kind of bowl. Works great. We're going to be building a cabinet in the future just above the toilet there, so I can put all the cleaning supplies and everything up in there. But worked out pretty good for this sink. We got a lot of pressure. We just use a little pump in the doghouse that we call it, that's on the side. It's kind of a little storage box, utility little area. But this pump also works. We have a garden hose on the side of the outhouse here, as well as the outdoor kitchen. That pump works for those. And we are thinking about building a shower room next coming up, so stay tuned for that. And we're going to be getting the rest of the gates put up. I just welded these kind of lag bolts on the gates through those pipes, and then I put some security stock, or like square stock material above them, so you can't just lift the gates off. And I weld those on, and I also welded on some chain on the latch side of the post, so the chain's always there and it's nice and secure to lock it up. But we'll leave you guys with that. Hope you guys are again having a great day out there, and thanks for tuning in. Take care. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas. Hopefully got to spend some time with some family and friends. My dad and I drove down to my off-grid property in Mojave County, Arizona. We got quite a bit of work done while we were down there. I got this 10-foot gate installed. We ran down to Tractor Supply in Lake Havasu City, and thankfully they had a matching gate. And it was their last 10-foot in stock. So I'm happy to get that up while we were there. Right here is just kind of a little pass-through area. I've just been collecting knickknacks around the property and just kind of placing them here. In time, we'd like to gravel it and maybe make a little sitting area. And we haven't decided what fruit trees. We know we want to put some grapefruit and lemon, maybe an orange in on the property. And I'm pretty happy the way the fencing turned out. We're going to be putting in some barbed wire on the tops of the T-posts, probably 2 rows all the way around. But it's nice and clean up here now. We got the carport moved down by the shipping container there. So I'm happy where that's at. It's nice and clean up here now. We can park a trailer or a motorhome up here, right where those rocks are at. There's a clean out that's hooked up to the septic. But we've been enjoying the weather. It's been nice and warm and not too breezy. So it was a good trip. We also worked on the container. We did level it, and we made some forms and tied some rebar, and there's one of the forms there. And we poured those on each 4 corners of the container, and then we have 2 more to pour in the center of the container. We also put some mesh on the top coat kind of just before it capped out there on the form. And we also put some angle iron in the pour. And it's 3x3 by 1/4 inch. And I'll be welding that to the container. And we also packed in cement in those keyholes on each corner. So hopefully the container is sitting on cement. But I also packed in some mortar under the skid here for the outhouse, so that's nice and secure. Keeps the mice from going under it, and it's nice and solid now. And that's also tied into the septic, so that's nice. We're going to be building a shower room coming up. That will just be behind the outdoor kitchen, and there'll be a project for the new year, as well as finishing up the concrete and painting there and on the container as well, and building out the cabin here. We're going to be cutting in a window, doing some electrical, put some flooring in, doing the drywall. It's nice that it already came insulated, and probably going to put an air conditioner in so we can come down here whenever we'd like and have a place to stay. So the shower room will just be to the left right here, and that will be the New Year projects coming up, as well as putting some skirting around the container. I might have to fab up some bracketing, but we're thinking about putting maybe some 2x6 or 2x8 around it. But for the most part, the container is nice and level and secure and solid now. So if we choose to build inside or outside of it or off of it, we know it's not going anywhere. And we took the old fencing, and it's on the back 40 over here. We do have barbed wire on the back here, they're on the T-posts that go around the property to the west and the south of the property, but we're going to put up the old 4x2 welded wire back there just to hopefully keep the coyotes out or whatever animals. And everything's turning out pretty good. We're pretty happy the way everything's coming along. Hope you guys drop a like and a comment down below and let us know what you think. But we'll see how the 2x6 or 2x8s go on the skirting. I know a lot of people put metal or flashing down or metal roofing they'll cut and tack it to the I-beams, but I don't know. We'll see how the 2x6 go, and We're gonna paint it, and hopefully that works out. But I have a few more projects I want to do as well down here. I want to get a welding bench set up and kind of like a cut table, a little fab area under the carport on the Harperford carport here to the left. I also got the last walk gate put in, so that's nice. We have a couple walk gates now, and we're thinking about putting some metal roofing on this carport and just putting some pine stripping across. We have something to attach to, and then get the tarp taken off so it'll look a lot nicer, and probably going to paint it a gray or a black. At least we have somewhere to, get out of the sun and work under. But I appreciate you guys tuning in and watching our videos, and I hope you all have a wonderful new year. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I hope you all had a safe and happy new year. In the beginning of this video, I just want to do a recap and show you guys what the property looked like again when I purchased it, and just wanted to show you as well what it looks like now in 2025. We've came a long way in just over a year. I want to do a shout out to my father and tell you thank you very much for all your hard work. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you. Right here, I'm just painting some primer on the corrugated metal here to get it prepped to paint it to match with some exterior bare paint. The color I use on the buildings is called welded iron, and the fascia trim is just a bare exterior black basic color, so I'll be painting that as well. Our future plans with this outdoor kitchen is to put in some pavers on the ground and make a barbecue area, as well as tie in the concrete pad area for the bar stools, for the countertop area there, so there's somewhere to sit behind that shade addition we put in. We also have some electrical to tie in to that shed. We're going to be putting a panel and make that a cabin and put an addition on the other side, a 10 by 10 room, as well as we're going to be working on a shower building right by that black tote there on the left. We're going to be building a 10 by 10 room that will tie across into the outhouse line, which is the main septic run. So we'll have a vanity, a toilet, a shower, and then we'll plumb for a washer and dryer so we can install that later on. We also work on some concrete leveling blocks we poured for the shipping container to wrap that up, and then I'll be welding the angle iron tabs once it dries a little more. I'm just doing some touch up on the outhouse here, and as well as we're going to be ripping up this existing septic run they had for a clean out for a travel trailer. We're going to be shortening it, fixing the fall, as well as putting in a pedestal for power and water, and then we're going to be working on putting another water tote in. Right here, I'm just kind of running around the outhouse some more and touching it up. I had a solar system in here, so I just wanted to caulk all the holes and paint it. I'm going to be working on painting the front door here, and we're going to be working on that water tower kind of platform coming up in this video, so we can put. We had an extra water tote that came with the property that we didn't want to put water in. It was kind of dirty and old, so we just cut the lid off. We're going to turn it sideways and throw it on top of the platform we're going to build. So we have a firebox for bonfires, so that'd be cool. And then you'll see the build of the platform and me working on the barbed wire I'm going to get up on the compound fencing, just the top row. I'm going to weld some hook eyes on all the gate posts and get that installed. And I wanted to say thanks for watching our videos, and I hope you all like and subscribe and drop us a comment. And really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching our videos. I hope you all have a wonderful day out there, and take care and God bless. And I'll leave you all with that.
I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood, but then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient, and soon it can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy, I need some silence, please. You're all too loud, you don't speak quietly. Opinions violently thrown across every surface, it makes me nervous. Is the world honestly burning? That's all I'm learning. Hope that we can make a turn and start reversing all our minds and put the work in. We got some work, man. I started to grow. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this, life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone. Just wanna break, no, I'm not gonna give in. Take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous, scared I would pop out fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of love, you never know what's hard. With a back to the mat, gonna see where I'm at. I'ma fight like I'm mad, I'ma be something that they can never be me. Nice try, but they'll see I achieve everything while they stay salty. I started to grow. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. In this video we are going to be working on some layout and grading for the new shower room. We are going to add on to that 10x10 shed there. We ran into town and picked up some material so we can start the subfloor foundation. I'm going to be working on doing some dirt work. I'm going to cut this pipe out of the way here. I think the previous landowner had a wind generator hooked up to it. So we're going to get that out of the way and start getting the grade set and figuring out the dimensions for our subfloor. We are going to be pouring a curb around it, as well as pour some 4x4 supports in the center. And then mainly it's going to be sitting on some cement bricks with 4x4 skids basically, but we'll come back and pour the curb later. I'm gonna be starting the welding on the shipping container, just getting a couple passes in on the angle iron, and I've been getting dirt from around the property, so I leveled this area out over here to bring over to the shower room, and then we'll be working on that for the upcoming videos. I appreciate y'all watching our videos and staying tuned with us. It's been pretty windy down here, but it's a lot warmer than where we live. It was 14 degrees up where we live, and it's been in the high 30s and 40s at night down here. So I'm going to be working on getting a few passes in. I might do 3. And then I have to fill up the top of the angle iron. There's just a little bit bigger gap on some of them. I think the settling of the angle iron moved it away a little bit, so I'll have to fill that up, but at least I can get a couple passes on the front of this in, and I'm going to be finishing out the rest of the video doing some welding and then showing you where we got for the first day on laying out the shower room. So stay tuned for the upcoming videos. We're going to be working on the underground and getting the subfloor set and insulating it, as well as we're going to be framing the walls up and then cutting the shower room kind of hallway, which is going to be a washer and dryer room. We're going to cut that into the existing 10x10 shed, and then we'll see where we get with that. And then later on we would like to do an addition 10x10 bedroom off the side of it. So you'll see that kind of later in the video, the layout, what we're thinking. But I'll be shooting some videos as we go, so look out for that, and I hope you're all having a great day out there. And drop us a like and a comment and let us know what you all think. Alright, take care guys. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. In this video, we are going to be working on the subfloor foundation for the shower utility room addition that we're going to be tying into that shed cabin there. We're kind of just figuring out the grade, kind of the elevation, and we're going to be digging up the septic tie-in and getting that across. We're kind of just setting some paver blocks and going to be bringing in quite a bit of dirt. We're going to be making a pass-through area. We're going to be cutting out the wall so we can walk across into the addition room. This room will be kind of the living room of the shed cabin. I've just been getting a lot of sand, dirt in and trying to compact the area. And we're figuring out the subfloor and getting it squared up. And later in the video, you'll see we're going to be putting posts in, as well as we're going to be pouring a curb later on down the road around it. But we're getting the underground plumbing set here for the toilet, the vanity, and the shower there. And then we're going to have a washer and dryer over to the left in that corner. So we needed to build up the subfloor to get proper fall. So that's why we have built it this way instead of concrete or doing any type of blocks. It's just kind of easier building it on some 4x4s and kind of making skids like a kind of like a shed. But we'll pour a curb later down the road, like I was saying, and put some gravel around everything. But the sand is getting some good compaction for now. We built this in about 5.5 days, so I think we did pretty good. We got the electric all tied into the cabin area, as well as underground feeders ready to go to get it through to the shipping container. We're going to have the primary solar system in there. But everything turned out pretty good and pretty square. The OSB turned out really good. It broke on center where it needed to, and we're happy with the underground plumbing, the septic runs. Everything worked out pretty good. We put 5/8 OSB down on the subfloor, and it is a pretty strong floor, as well as quite a bit of blocking. Coming up, we're going to be framing the walls, getting the pass-through cut into that shed cabin. So stay tuned for that, and I'll leave you guys with that. The rest of the video, you'll see us completing the subfloor. So stay tuned. In about a week or so, we're going to be getting back down to my off-grid property and getting that rest of the walls put up and tying everything in. So I appreciate you guys watching our videos and staying tuned with us. Please leave a like and a comment and let us know what you guys think. All right, I hope you all have a great day out there. Thanks.
I was like, what? You can try to do?
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I hope you're all doing well out there and staying warm. We headed down to my off-grid property in Mojave County, Arizona to get away from the weather back at home. It looks like we got a few inches, so it's nice and warm down here. We decided to build this shelving unit for our shipping container. I'm just measuring out to put some side shelving out of some scrap here that I can put our spray paints on. But this shelf turned out pretty good. We screwed it on the outside of the container through into the 2x4s, so it's nice and secure to the wall, as well as we'll be adding some additional shelving here and there on the unit. But this is a nice area to hang our levels and our squares, put our tape measures on that little shelf there. But in this section at the rear of the container, this is going to be our solar room. We're calling it the Juice Shack. It's roughly 8 by 8. We are going to be insulating it and putting some electrical that we can run off the inverters down the road, as well as put an AC in. But we're happy about this shelf unit we built. We got the lighting hooked up for the desk area, so that's a nice little area to put all our hand tools and an area to kick back at, as well as we stocked up to frame the room in the rear of the container. Just have some more painting to do. We're going to be painting everything white in here. So this is the overhead lighting we got pulled over so we can get some additional lighting to the rear for now. That's running off the charge controller off the DC load side. So at night it's pretty lit in here. It's good enough for now. But this is our solar section here. It's just one 12-volt battery. And we are going to be OSB siding the room in the back and painting that white. We also stocked up to start framing the shower room, but we got into some weather down here, so we got a little bit of rain. But we're kind of doing a layout, and I'm going to trim up this tree here. We're trying to save as much as we can, but it's in the way to frame the first wall up that we're going to start on. So for now, hopefully that's out of the way. But we finally got some rain, as I was saying, down here. Hopefully it helps out with the grading and the dust, because we did have the property graded. But for now, we got that first wall up, the 2x6 wall, and in the coming week we're going to be framing the rest of it out and getting it dried in, hopefully getting the siding on as well as the roof. But it didn't rain too bad down here. It did get pretty cold. I was sleeping in my van and it got down to I believe it was 36 degrees in my van. My dad sleeps in, we call it the bum hut. It's a little cabin that the property came with. But we're happy about the rain, and we're going to start framing up the Juice Shack, the solar room here. It's pretty solid unit now with it all framed out. We do have some brackets that are attached to the side walls. We may come in later and screw into the walls from the outside, but we do have the plates screwed down. I'm cooking up some pork here and some rice, as well as getting a cocktail going. You gotta have that after work. Gotta relax and enjoy what we did. I also got some broccoli cooking here. Really good meal, turned out excellent. I love this little dish. It's my second time cooking it down here, and both times it turned out pretty good. In time, we're gonna get some LED lights set up once we get the power into the cabin room. So, and we normally run these lights off my solar system now from the outhouse. We have some lights in the front and the back for nighttime. But I'm happy with the framing, how the solar room turned out. Everything's tight and right and really strong. Got the backing in for the OSB to go up on the roof, as well as I got the rest of the screws in the bottom plate installed. So we're basically ready to start insulating and throwing some OSB up. We also got the electrical in. We'll have a few circuits in there that will run off the inverter once it's installed. And we have the AC started for the framing. So once we get a unit, we'll tightly fit it and cut the metal section out of the container when the time comes. But here's some of the electrical that got installed. So there's just 2 circuits in here, but it'll be a nice insulated room for the summertime. Keep the solar equipment cool and warm when it needs to be. So we're happy with all that. I'm happy with the height we got out of the lid there, that we can put some totes up there and have some additional storage. So that turned out great. As well as I'm getting the insulation installed here. The AC's framed pretty large because we're not sure what size we're going to be putting in. But for now, I'll leave you guys with that, and I appreciate you guys watching our videos. I hope everybody's healthy and happy out there, and I appreciate, again, watching. I hope you all subscribe and leave us a comment. Tell us what you think. I'll leave you with this beautiful sunset here, and take care, everybody. God bless.
Point them down. This is such a drastic downhill. I need to get out some dirt here and finish digging underneath there.
Sedona. What are you doing? I'm down the grill. You want to put it on? You want to love? Take it with us. I'll go back. Yeah. I might do it. Alright. No, you're right in my trench. Come on. Come on.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day out there. Just wanted to do an update on our shower addition off of the shed cabin we are building. We cruised down to my off-grid property for a few weeks and we got quite a lot of work done again in a short amount of time. But you can kind of see the shower outline there, and then to the right will be the toilet, and then we'll have a vanity right here. And we are going to be finishing the rough electrical coming up, getting the plumbing roughed in, and then getting the siding on the next trip installed, and hopefully getting the roof done so it's at least dried in, get the windows up and that door set. We also got the main feeders installed into the sub panel and the underground pipe in, as well as we pulled the wire to the shipping container control room we built while we were down there as well. So I'll have a video later in this video about that, so stay tuned for that at the end of the video. Right here is going to be a washer and dryer setup, so whenever we're ready to put that in, we'll have it pre-plumbed and everything, and we'll have a refrigerator and like a coffee bar right here with some lower and upper cabinets, and then we'll be cutting in the pass-through into the living room right here, and then we'll eventually put a 10x10 addition off of that building right there. So we kind of decided to do a drop ceiling in these rooms here, so we still have to frame across here and get that set up so we have some space to get the electrical installed and get the lighting set up, as well as we have a outlet here. Will be on the other side of the OSB, kind of a utility cabinet for the Insta-Hot and the propane, and kind of the termination area for the water. So we'll bring the main water up into that box we will be building later on. We did get some 2x3 single hung windows to get installed, so we'll be doing that in the next trip once we get the siding up. And we have a light there to put, so when we come out we'll have an exterior light for the door. But we do have quite a bit of dirt work we're going to be doing and concrete around this structure. Before we start drywalling, we're going to get the exterior all secured and get some gravel down. And that will be the utility cabinet area we'll be building there. So we're pretty happy with the way everything's coming out. We had a blast when we were down there. We, you know, it's pretty hard building out in the middle of nowhere and building on the dirt and living in the dirt. So if you ever done that, you know how that is. So we're happy to be home and get some hot showers and good meals again. But before you know it, we'll be back down there and getting the solar here all situated to the back, and we'll be building a little bit larger system to power everything up for now. And I'm just going to be walking to the back here and showing you what we built since we've been down here on this trip. We did build this storage unit out of OSB, and so we have some area to put our tools for now. So we built that while we were down there, as well as the room to the back here, which we are calling the juice shack or the solar room. So that will be kind of the area we'll put deep freezers, and you know, it's all insulated and it will have an AC, and we have some storage up above, which is nice. So we got that built on this trip, so we've been pretty busy. So all in all, it was a successful trip, and we're pretty happy the way everything turned out. We would like to put an exterior door on this door to keep it insulated in here, so that will be something in the future we'll be doing. And then we just got some carpet for now installed, just some outdoor carpet, just get something on the floor. But we'll be putting a 3.0 door in, and it'll be a nice room for us. And then that window, or the AC rather, we'll be getting installed in the future, so that'll be nice. It's pretty cool in there as it is now, so it's pretty tight in there, and pretty good insulated factor that we did there. So that will be the controller corner there with the batteries down low. We're gonna be probably building a rack for them, and then getting the inverter set up and the solar panels on the roof. So I'm thinking that area will be the controllers and the inverter, and then I'll have some welding to do, and I'll get the battery set up down here. But I'll be welding up some racks and getting some solar panels up on the roof. So stay tuned for some upcoming videos. Again, I hope you're all having a blessed day out there, and I appreciate you guys watching our videos. Please leave us a like and a comment and tell us what you think. And we'll see you on the next one. Take care. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Just want to give you guys an update on our shower room addition build. Right here we got an LED light installed in our outdoor kitchen bar area, and the switch will be installed right here. So hopefully that provides us enough light when we're hanging out and cooking at the kitchen bar area here. But we cruised down for another week or so and got a lot of framing and plumbing and electric done. Right here will be a living room. We got the AC framed out and power installed there, and this will be a doorway connecting into a 8x10 bedroom that we're going to be building another addition in the future. And then we got most of the power roughed out for all the buildings, and the TV will be pretty much right there. We got it blocked out, and some coax cable ran from the shipping container and pulled over. Most of the power for this room goes under the subfloor in the addition here to that panel there. But we're working with this 10x10 shed that came with the property that we're turning into the kind of living space, and we got the connecting hallway framed out and installed, as well as the OSB sheathed on the roof. So we're ready to get the roof on in about a week or so. And right over here, we're going to be putting some cabinetry in for a coffee bar area. So we'll have some lowers and uppers there, and then a refrigerator. And then just on the other side in the corner over here will be the washer and dryer. Right here, we're kind of thinking of putting some cabinetry in just to get some additional storage in here. So that'll be nice. But we got the backing installed for the barn door we'll be building coming up. And the rough framing, like I was saying, is pretty much done. We did get the roof penetrations all completed. So we'll be putting some rolled roofing for now on the roof, and in the future probably putting some metal roofing up. But we still have a little bit more blocking and framing to do. We got the gables to beef up in that shed over there that came with the property. But right here is the exhaust fan for the bathroom, and the shower pretty much is framed out. We got the dam all ready to go, and then the plumbing pretty much tied in and set up for the hot and cold, and the niche framed out. The mixing valve will be in this area with the shower head there. And then the toilet will be over in this section. We have plenty of room, so we'll probably put an upper cabinet area in. And then the vanity will be in this section right over here in the corner kind of. We got a piece of OSB just kind of blocking off the door for now until we get back down here. And then we have the gables just to frame and get the siding put on. But at least we got some windows installed, and got some light coming in, so that'll be nice once it's all drywalled, and we'll have to get some window treatments up. But this shed that came with the property has been kind of a pain in the butt to work off of. The previous landowner built it, and it's pretty out of square and out of plumb and level. So this addition that we built has been, pretty rough to get together. But all in all, we'll be happy with once it's done, and we'll be more comfortable when we come down here. But we'll be doing some block work and some dirt work coming up, getting the structure a little bit more sound and good for rain and monsoon season. So we'll be getting that going as well. But all the electricals tied in over to the solar room. We'll just be getting that going coming up. We'll probably test everything and hook up the plumbing lines before we drywall. Let's see how that all goes. But right here will be a utility cabinet. We'll house the propane and the Insta-Hot, and then it's all tied into the septic that was installed on the property. So we have the outhouse there, and then the shower room over there. This roof section was a little complicated, but all in all, everything turned out pretty good. So we're just working with what we got. But I appreciate you all watching our videos. I hope you all leave a like and a comment and let us know what you think. Right here will be the addition we're going to tie in, probably the 8x10 room there. Welcome back, everybody. Just cruised down to my off-grid property, Mojave County. We'll be working on getting the roof on, pouring some concrete, and getting everything situated for the summertime. Just cooking up some breakfast right now. Show you what I'm doing with the concrete for the addition on the cabin here. Got some rebar tied in. So I'll be pouring that this morning. I'm going to be doing the same thing over there on that corner. And I want to get that roof on. Maybe get the siding tied up and some paint. It's kind of waking up. Sedona's relaxing. Talk to you guys in a bit. Get the concrete and everything ready.
Pretty cool setup here. I got a garden hose hooked up off of my pump here. That everything's getting powered off my van right now, my solar system on my van. But that pump works the bathroom, sink and toilet, and then the sink over at the kitchen there, and as well as runs our garden hose so I can fill up concrete. It's got pretty good pressure. It's like I think it goes up to 45 psi. But it's nice that I could just fill up all my water while I'm mixing concrete. I'm gonna wet all this real quick, get the dirt situated, and start mixing. Give us a little bit of more assurance that the building won't settle. It's been raining pretty good down here, so we got a lot of bricks and blocks and posts in for the foundation on that addition. So we're just adding this for some assurance and kind of giving it a finished look as well. And we could set grade for dirt later with the little kind of curb I'm pouring. And I took some of the dirt out underneath the beams so concrete will flow underneath the beams. So I'm gonna work on that this morning, mix that up, and see how far I get with how many bags we have. So we'll check that out as we go. Appreciate you guys watching. Stay tuned. Well, I'm waiting for the concrete to dry up a little more so I can do some edging, but I'm gonna start on caulking and painting the fascia board a little bit here, just get it primed, and then start working on the roof. Got the water tote put up for now, got it all screwed off. Alright, let's get it. So I gotta work on this transition right here from roof to roof. Getting it flattened out. Alright, so this is the transition from the addition to the existing shed. I basically put some OSB down and then doubled up the tar paper to try to get it to roll. So when I put the new tar paper and the new rolled roofing, it should just plane right into that. And then there's like a little knee wall right here, which I'll show you. It should be rolling right up to that edge. I got the primer on, basically, on the fascia. So that's what I'm working on right now. Here's the view from up here. Looks like a bunch of Jeeps are going out. Be working on the solar system for the container coming up. Alright, I'm gonna finish this out. I'll show you when I'm done. Well, we got some concrete poured today. I got the roof all tar papered, and then I got the drip edge on. So in the morning, when I put the rolled roofing on and finish out the concrete, I'll show you what I did. Turned out pretty good. My dad finished it while I was mixing and pouring. Gotta finish this edge up over here a little bit. Maybe just brush it one more time. But that should help it from settling at all and keeps the animals out from digging underneath it. But right here is going to be a cabinet for the Instahot and the propane. And then just ran into town and got some more supplies so I can finish up the concrete, as well as we got a door to set and some water supplies for the some PVC supplies to hook up that new tote. So we'll have over 500 gallons on hand, but I got the tar paper on, ready to roll for the morning time. Turned out okay, I think. Catch you all in the next one. Hope everybody's having a great day out there. Take care. Got the rolled roofing on today. We're gonna pour the concrete on the front of the addition on the cabin here, and probably work on the siding next. I'll show you what I got done today so far this morning. I'm gonna come back and put elastomeric roof coating on this roof, the new roof, then the existing cabin roof, and I'm gonna do the outhouse as well. Just paint everything white, as well as this metal roofing here, so everything's just coated a little bit. I got the Connex or the container. I got one coat on that so far, but I'm kind of going to do white roofs, gray siding paint, and then the black trim. It's kind of my colors, but I think it turned out pretty good. Put a bunch of nails and a bunch of tar, so it should hold it down. We get pretty high winds out here, so I think I'm pretty confident on this. This is like the drip edge is like triple tarred behind it, so might just add just one more bead all the way down before I put the elastomeric roof coat on. This worked out perfect. 4.5 inch overlap on each side, and then everything else is 4 inch. So it worked out perfect.